All that follows after 2024 in such paragraph and, except that such paragraph shall be applied by substituting $42 million for $62 million, National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, Procurement, Acquisition and Construction, NA, 10, National Aeronautics and Space Administration, CON, 11, Structure and Environmental Compliance and Res, 12, Duration and National Science Foundation, RE, 13, Search and related activities except all that fall, 14, Low 2024 in such paragraph and except, 15, that such paragraph shall be applied by substituting, 16, $608,162,000 for $880,162,000 in Title II of 17, such Division N, 18, 3, the Department of Defense Appropriations, 19, Act 2023, Division C of Public Law 117-328, 20, 4, the Energy and Water Development 10, 21, Related Agencies Appropriations Act 2023, Division 22, D of Public Law 117-328, except the first proviso, 23, under the heading SPR Petroleum Account, and 24, except the second paragraph under the heading 25, ver date November 24, 2008, 2352 September 29, 2023, JKT 0000000, PO 00000, from 00005, FMT 6652, SFMT 6201, C. Users Gdobert App Data Roaming Softquads Metal 11.0 Gen CCR Edits. September 29, 2023, 11:52 p.m. L. XML CR Edits XML. L. V70929237092923.010 XML. Title 17 Innovative Technology Loan Guarantee Program, and including the matter under the head ING Energy Programs, Nuclear Energy and Title 3 of Division M of Public Law 117-328 in the second paragraph under each of the headings. Corps of Engineers, Civil, Department of the Army, Construction and Corps of Engineers, Civil, Department of the Army, Operation and Maintenance and Title 4 of Division N of Public Law 117-328, 10, 5, the Financial Services and General Govern, 11, Met Appropriations Act, 2023, Division E of Public, 12, Law 117-328, 13, 6, the Department of Homeland Security Act, 14, Appropriations Act, 2023, Division F of Public Law, 15, 117-328, Section 2602 of Title 6 of Division N of 16, Public Law 117-328, and Title 3 of Division O of 17, Public Law 117-328, 18, 7, the Department of the Interior, Environ, 19, MENT, and Related Agencies Appropriations Act, 20, 2023, Division G of Public Law 117-328, except 21, Section 443, and including the second paragraph, 22, under each of the headings Department of the IN, 23, Terrier, Departmental Offices, Department-wide, 24, Programs, Wildland Fire Management and RE, 25, ver date November 24, 2008, 2352 September 29, 2023, JKT 0000000, PO 00000, from 00006, FMT 6652, SFMT 6201, C. Users Gdobert App Data Roaming Softquads Metal 11.0 Gen CCR Edits. September 29, 2023, 11:52 p.m. L. XML CR Edits XML. L. V70929237092923.010 XML. Related Agencies, Department of Agriculture, Forest, Service, Wildland Fire Management and Title 7 of Division N of Public Law 117-328. A. The Departments of Labor, Health and Human Services, and Education, and Related Agents. Size Appropriations Act, 2023, Division H of Public Law 117-328, Section 145 of Division A of Public Law 117-180, and the second paragraph under the heading Administration for Children and Family Lies, Low-Income Home Energy Assistance in Title 10, 8 of Division N of Public Law 117-328, 11, 9, the Legislative Branch Appropriations Act, 12, 2023, Division 1 of Public Law 117-328. 13. 10. The Military Construction, Veterans Act. 14. Fairs and Related Agencies Appropriations Act. 15. 2023, Division J of Public Law 117-328. 16. 11. The Department of State, Foreign OPR. 17. Asians and Related Programs Appropriations Act. 18. 2023, Division K of Public Law 117-328, Except 19. Section 7069, and including the matter under the 20. Headings Department of State, Administration of 21. Foreign Affairs, Diplomatic Programs Except all 22. That follows after 2024 in such matter and except 23. That such matter shall be applied by substituting 24. $87,054,000 for $147,054,000 bilateral. 25. Ver date November 24, 2008. 2352 September 29, 2023. JKT 000000. PO 00000. From 00007. FMT 6652. SFMT 6201. C. Users Gdobert app data roaming softquads metal 11.0 Gen CCR edits. September 29, 2023, 11:52 p.m. L. XML CR edits XML. L. V70929237,092,923.010 XML. Economic Assistance, Funds appropriated to the President, International Disaster Assistance, X. Except all that follows after expended in such matter. And except that such matter shall be applied by sub. Stituting $637,902,000 for $937,902,000 by lateral economic assistance, funds appropriated to the President, assistance for Europe, Eurasia, and Central Asia, bilateral economic assist, ANS, Department of State, Migration and Refugee, assistance except all that follows after expended. 10. In such matter and except that such matter shall be. 11. Applied by substituting $915,048,000 for 12. $1,535,048,000 and International Security as 13. Assistance, Department of State, International NAR. 14. Co-TICS Control and Law Enforcement to accept all. 15. That follows after 2024 in such matter and except. 16. That such matter shall be applied by substituting. 17. $74,996,000 for $374,996,000 in Title VII of 18. Division M of Public Law 117-328. 19. 12. The Transportation, Housing and Urban. 20. Development and Related Agencies Appropriations. 21. Act 2023, Division L of Public Law 117-328, X. 22. Sections 153 and 420, and including the matter. 23. Under the headings Public and Indian Housing. 24. Tenant-based rental assistance in housing. 25. Ver date November 24, 2008. 2352 September 29, 2023. JKT 000000. PO 00000. From 00008. FMT 6652. SFMT 6201. C. Users Gdobert app data roaming softquads metal 11.0 Gen CCR edits. September 29, 2023, 11:52 p.m. L. XML CR edits XML. L. V70929237,092,923.010 XML. Programs, Project-Based Rental Assistance in Title 10 of Division N of Public Law 117-328. EC. 102. No appropriation or funds made available or authority granted pursuant to Section 101 for the Department of Defense shall be used for 1. The new production of items not funded for production in fiscal year 2023 or prior years. 2. The increase in production rates above those sustained with fiscal year 2023 funds. Or 3. The initiation, resumption, or continuation. 10. Of any project, activity, operation, or organization. 11. Defined as any project, subproject, activity, budget. 12. Activity, program element, and subprogram within a 13. Program element, and for any investment items D. 14. Find as a P1 line item in a budget activity within. 15. An appropriation account and an R1 line item that. 16. Includes a program element and subprogram element. 17. Within an appropriation account, for which appro. 18. Priations, funds, or other authority were not available. 19. Able during fiscal year 2023. 20. B. No appropriation or funds made available or O. 21. Authority granted pursuant to Section 101 for the Depart. 22. Ment of defense shall be used to initiate multi-year pro. 23. Procurements utilizing advanced procurement funding for ECO. 24. Ver date November 24, 2008. 2352 September 29, 2023. JKT 0000000. PO 00000. From 00009. FMT 6652. SFMT 6201. C. Users Gdobert at Data Roaming Soft Quads Metal 11.0 Gen CCR Edits. September 29, 2023, 11:52 p.m. L. XML CR Edits XML. L. V7092937092,923.010 XML. 10. Nomic order quantity procurement unless specifically appropriated later. EC, 103. Appropriations made by Section 101 shall be available to the extent and in the manner that would be provided by the pertinent Appropriations Act. EC, 104. Except as otherwise provided in Section 102, no appropriation or funds made available or authority granted pursuant to Section 101 shall be used to initiate or resume any project or activity for which appropriations, funds, or other authority were not available dur. 10. In fiscal year 2023. 11. EC, 105. Appropriations made and authority grant. 12. Ed pursuant to this act shall cover all obligations or X. 13. Expenditures incurred for any project or activity during the 14. Period for which funds or authority for such project or 15. Activity are available under this act. 16. EC, 106. Unless otherwise provided for in this act. 17. Or in the applicable Appropriations Act for fiscal year 18. 2024, appropriations and funds made available and O. 19. Authority granted pursuant to this act shall be available. 20. Until whichever of the following first occurs. 21. 1. The enactment into law of an appropriation. 22. For any project or activity provided for in this act. 23. Ver date November 24, 2008. 2352 September 29, 2023. JKT 0000000. PO 00000. From 00010. FMT 6652. SFMT 6201. C. Users Gdobert at Data Roaming Soft Quads Metal 11.0 Gen CCR Edits. September 29, 2023, 11:52 p.m. L. XML CR Edits XML. L. V7092937092,923.010 XML. 11. 2. The enactment into law of the applicable Appropriations Act for fiscal year 2024 without any provision for such project or activity. 3. November 17, 2023. EC, 107. Expenditures made pursuant to this act shall be charged to the applicable appropriation, fund, or authorization whenever a bill in which such applicable appropriation, fund, or authorization is contained is enacted into law. EC, 108. Appropriations made and funds made. 10. Available by or authority granted pursuant to this act may. 11. Be used without regard to the time limitations for submiss. 12. See on and approval of apportionments set forth in Section 13. 1513 of Title 31, United States Code, but nothing in this. 14. Act may be construed to waive any other provision of law. 15. Governing the apportionment of funds. 16. EC, 109. Notwithstanding any other provision of. 17. This act, except Section 106, for those programs that. 18. Would otherwise have high initial rates of operation or. 19. Complete distribution of appropriations at the beginning. 20. Of fiscal year 2024 because of distributions of funding to. 21. States, foreign countries, grantees, or others, such high. 22. Initial rates of operation or complete distribution shall not. 23. Be made, and no grants shall be awarded for such pro. 24. Ver date November 24, 2008. 2352 September 29, 2023. JKT 0000000. PO 00000. From 00011. FMT 6652. SFMT 6201. C. Users Gdobert app data roaming soft quads metal 11.0 Gen CCR edits. September 29, 2023, 11:52 p.m. L. XML CR edits XML. L. V70929237092,923.010 XML. 12. Grams funded by this act that would impinge on final funding prerogatives. EC, 110. This act shall be implemented so that only the most limited funding action of that permitted in the act shall be taken in order to provide for a continuation of projects and activities. EC, 111. For entitlements and other mandatory payments whose budget authority was provided in Appropriations Acts for fiscal year 2023, except the matter under the heading Cost of War Toxic Exposures Fund. 10. In Title II of Division J of Public Law 117-328, and 4. 11. Activities under the Food and Nutrition Act of 2008, AC. 12. Activities shall be continued at the rate to maintain program. 13. Levels under current law, under the authority and condi. 14. Shines provided in the applicable Appropriations Act for FIS. 15. Cal year 2023, to be continued through the date specified. 16. In Section 106, 3. 17. B. Notwithstanding Section 106, obligations for man. 18. Urge payments due on or about the first day of any 19. month that begins after October 2023, but not later than 30 days after the date specified in Section 106, 3, may con. 21. Continue to be made, and funds shall be available for such. 22. Payments. 23. EC, 112. Amounts made available under Section 101. 24. For civilian personnel compensation and benefits in each. 25. Ver date November 24, 2008. 2352 September 29, 2023. JKT 0000000. PO 00000. From 00012. FMT 6652. SFMT 6201. C. Users Gdobert app data roaming soft quads metal 11.0 Gen CCR edits. September 29, 2023, 11:52 p.m. L. XML CR edits XML. L. V70929237092,923.010 XML. 13. Department and agency may be apportioned up to the rate for operations necessary to avoid furloughs within such department or agency, consistent with the applicable Appropriations Act for fiscal year 2023, except that such authority provided under this section shall not be used until after the department or agency has taken all necessary actions to reduce or defer non-personnel related administrative expenses. EC, 113. Funds appropriated by this act may be obligated and expended notwithstanding Section 10 of 10. Public Law 91-672, 22 U.S.C. 2412, Section 15 of the 11. State Department Basic Authorities Act of 1956, 22. 12. U.S.C. 2680, Section 313 of the Foreign Relations O. 13. Authorization Act, Fiscal Years 1994 and 1995, 22 U.S.C. 14. 6212, and Section 504, 1, of the National Security Act. 15. Of 1947, 50 U.S.C. 3094, 1. 16. EC, 114, 1, for each amount incorporated by. 17. Reference in this act from amounts provided by Division 18. M or N of Public Law 117-328, each section or paragraph. 19. Of an account providing each such amount, as applicable. 20. Shall be applied as if that section or paragraph ended with. 21. The following sentence, the amount provided herein is. 22. Designated by the Congress as an emergency requirement. 23. Pursuant to Section 251, B2, A, I, of the Balanced Budget. 24. Et an Emergency Deficit Control Act of 1985. 25. Ver date November 24, 2008. 2352 September 29, 2023. JKT 00000. PO 00000. From 00013. FMT 6652. SFMT 6201. C. Users Gdobert app data roaming soft quads metal 11.0 Gen CCR edits. September 29, 2023, 11:52 p.m. L. XML CR edits XML. L V70929237,092,923.010 XML. 14. 2. Each amount incorporated by reference in this Act that was previously designated by the Congress as an emergency requirement pursuant to Section 4001, 1 of S.Con. Res. 14, 117th Congress, the concurrent resolution on the budget for fiscal year 2022, and Section 1E of H. Res. 1151, 117th Congress, as engrossed in the House of Representatives on June 8, 2022, or as being for disaster relief pursuant to a concurrent resolution on the budget in the Senate and Section 1F of H. Res. 1151, 117th Congress, as engrossed in the House of Rep. 10. Representatives on June 8, 2022, is designated by the Con. 11. Gress as being an emergency requirement pursuant to Sec. 12. Cheyenne 251, B. 2, A, I, of the Balanced Budget and Emer. 13. Agency Deficit Control Act of 1985 or as being for disaster. 14. Relief pursuant to Section 251, B. 2, D, of such act, re. 15. Respectively. 16. B. 1. Each amount incorporated by reference in this 17. Act that was specified to meet the terms of Section 18. 4004, B. 5, B, of S.Con. Res. 14, 117th Congress, the 19. Concurrent resolution on the budget for fiscal year 2022, 20. And Section 1, G. 2, of H. Res. 1151, 117th Congress, 21. As engrossed in the House of Representatives on June 8, 22. 2022, or as additional new budget authority for purposes 23 of Section 4004, B. 5 of such concurrent resolution and 24. Section 1, G of such House resolution is provided to meet 25. Ver date November 24, 2008. 2352 September 29, 2023. JKT 0000000 PO 00000 from 00014. FMT 6652. SFMT 6201. C. Users Gbobert App Data Roaming Softquads Metal 11.0 Gen CCR Edits. September 29, 2023, 11:52 p.m. L. XML CR Edits XML. L. V7092937092,923.010 XML. 15. The terms of Section 251, B. 2, F. 2, I, of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act of 1985, or is additional new budget authority as specified for purposes of Section 251, B. 2, F, of such act, respectively. 2. Each amount incorporated by reference in this Act for Department of Labor, Employment and Training Administration, State Unemployment Insurance and Employment Service Operations that was specified to meet the terms of a concurrent resolution on the budget in the Senate and Section 1, J, 2, of H. Res. 1151, 117th. 10. Congress, as engrossed in the House of Representatives. 11. On June 8, 2022, or as additional new budget authority. 12. For purposes of a concurrent resolution on the budget in 13. The Senate and Section 1, J, of such House resolution, is 14. Provided to meet the terms of Section 251, B, 2, E, 2, of 15. The Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act. 16. Of 1985, or as additional new budget authority as specified. 17. For the purposes of Section 251, B, 2, E, of such act, re. 18. Respectively. 19. 3. Each amount incorporated by reference in this 20. Act for Department of Health and Human Services. 21. Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, Health Care. 22. Fraud and Abuse Control account that was specified to 23. Meet the terms of a concurrent resolution on the budget. 24. In the Senate, or as additional new budget authority for 25. Ver date November 24, 2008. 2352 September 29, 2023. JKT 0000000 PO 00000 from 00015. FMT 6652. SFMT 6201. C. Users Gbobert App Data Roaming Softquads Metal 11.0 Gen CCR Edits. September 29, 2023, 11:52 p.m. L. XML CR Edits XML. L. V70929237,092,923.010 XML. 16. purposes of a concurrent resolution on the budget in the Senate in Section 1H of H-Res 1151, 117th Congress, as engrossed in the House of Representatives on June 8, 2022, is provided to meet the terms of Section 251B2C2 of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act of 1985, or as additional new budget authority as specified for the purposes of Section 251B2C of such act, respectively, for each amount incorporated by reference in this Act for Social Security Administration, limitation on 10. Administrative expenses that was specified to meet the 11. Terms of a concurrent resolution on the budget in the Sen. 12. 8. Or as additional new budget authority for purposes 13. Of a concurrent resolution on the budget in the Senate. 14. And Section 1I of H-Res 1151, 117th Congress, as on 15. Grossed in the House of Representatives on June 8, 2022. 16. Is provided to meet the terms of Section 17. 251B2, 3 of the Balanced Budget and Emer. 18. Agency Deficit Control Act of 1985, or as additional new. 19. Budget authority as specified for the purposes of Section 20. 251B2 of such act, respectively. 21. C. Each amount designated in this act by the Con. 22. Gress as an emergency requirement pursuant to Section 23. 251B2 of the Balanced Budget and Emergency. 24. Deficit Control Act of 1985 shall be available, or 25. Ver date November 24, 2008. 2352 September 29, 2023. JKT 00000, PO 00000, from 00016, FMT 6652, SFMT 6201. C. Users Gdobert at Data Roaming Soft Quads Metal 11.0 Gen CCR Edits. September 29, 2023, 11:52 p.m. L. XML CR Edits XML. L. V7092937092,923.010 XML. 17. Repurposed or rescinded, if applicable only if the President subsequently so designates all such amounts and transmits such designations to the Congress. EC, 115, rescissions or cancellations of discretionary budget authority that continue pursuant to Section 101 in Treasury Appropriations Fund symbols, TAFs. 1. To which other appropriations are not provided by this Act, but for which there is a current applicable TAFs that does receive an appropriation in this Act, or 10. To which are no year TAFs and receive other 11. Appropriations in this Act may be continued instead. 12. By reducing the rate for operations otherwise 13. Divided by Section 101 for such current applicable 14. TAFs, as long as doing so does not impinge on the 15. Final funding prerogatives of the Congress. 16. B. Rescissions or cancellations described in sub. 17. Section shall continue in an amount equal to the lesser 18 of 19. 1. The amount specified for rescission or 20. Cancellation in the applicable Appropriations Act Ref. 21. Ernst in Section 101 of this Act, or 22. 2. The amount of balances available as of 23. October 1, 2023, from the funds specified for rescission. 24. Ver date November 24, 2008. 2352 September 29, 2023. JKT 00000, PO 00000, from 00017, FMT 6652, SFMT 6201. C. Users Gdobert at Data Roaming Soft Quads Metal 11.0 Gen CCR Edits. September 29, 2023, 11:52 p.m. L. XML CR Edits XML. L. V7092937092,923.010 XML. 18. Or cancellation in the applicable Appropriations Act, referenced in Section 101 of this Act. C. No later than November 17, 2023, the Director of the Office of Management and Budget shall provide to the Committees on Appropriations of the House of Representatives in the Senate a comprehensive list of the rescissions or cancellations that will continue pursuant to Section 101, provided, that the information in such comprehensive list shall be periodically updated to reflect any subsequent changes in the amount of balances available. 10. as of October 1st, 2023, from the funds specified for RECIS. 11. See on or cancellation in the applicable Appropriations Act. 12. Referenced in Section 101, and such updates shall be 13. Submitted to the Committees on Appropriations of the House. 14. Of Representatives in the Senate upon request. 15. EC, 116. Amounts made available by Section 101(4). 16. Farm Service Agency, Agricultural Credit Insurance. 17. Fund Program account may be apportioned up to the 18. Rate for operations necessary to accommodate approved. 19. Applications for direct and guaranteed farm ownership. 20. Loans, as authorized by 7 U.S.C. 1922 at the following. 21. EC, 117. Amounts made available by Section 101(4). 22. Rural Housing Service, Rental Assistance Program. 23. May be apportioned up to the rate for operations necessary. 24. Ver date November 24, 2008. 2352 September 29, 2023. JKT 0000000. PO 00000. From 00018. FMT 6652. SFMT 6201. C. Users Gdobert App Data Roaming Soft Quads Metal 11.0 Gen CCR Edits. September 29, 2023, 11:52 p.m. L. XML CR Edits XML. L. V70929237092923.010 XML. 19. To maintain activities as authorized by Section 521, 2. Of the Housing Act of 1949. EC, 118. Amounts made available by Section 101(4). Domestic Food Programs, Food and Nutrition Served. ICE, Special Supplemental Nutrition Program for Women, Infants, and Children, WIC, may be apportioned at the rate for operations necessary to maintain participation. EC, 119. Amounts made available by Section 101(4). Domestic Food Programs, Food and Nutrition Served. ICE, Commodity Assistance Program may be APR. 10. Shy and up to the rate for operations necessary to maintain. 11. Current program caseload in the Commodity Supplemental. 12. Food Program. 13. EC, 120. Section 260 of the Agricultural Marketing. 14. Act of 1946, 7 U.S.C. 1636I, and Section 942 of the Live. 15. Stock Mandatory Reporting Act of 1999, 7 U.S.C. 1635. 16. Note, Public Law 106-78 shall be applied by substituting. 17. The date specified in Section 106(3) of this Act for September 18. September 30, 2023. 19. EC, 121. Amounts made available by Section 101(4). 20. National Telecommunications and Information Adminis. 21. Tration, salaries and expenses may be apportioned up. 22. To the rate for operations necessary to administer. 23. Broadband programs. 24. Ver date November 24, 2008. 2352 September 29, 2023. JKT 0000000. PO 00000. From 00019. FMT 6652. SFMT 6201. C. Users Gdobert App Data Roaming Soft Quads Metal 11.0 Gen CCR Edits. September 29, 2023, 11:52 p.m. L. XML CR Edits XML. L. V70929237092923.010 XML. 20. EC, 122. Funds previously made available in the Consolidated Appropriations Act, 2017, Public Law 115. 31, and the Consolidated Appropriations Act, 2018, Pub. Lic Law 115-141, under the heading National Aeronautics and Space Administration, Space Operations, that were available for obligation through fiscal year 2018 and fiscal year 2019, respectively, are to remain available through fiscal year 2024 for the liquidation of valid obligations incurred in fiscal years 2017 through 2019. B. 1. Subject to paragraph 2, this section shall be 10. Come effective immediately upon enactment of this Act. 11. 2. If this Act is enacted after September 30th, 2023. 12. This section shall be applied as if it were in effect on September 13. September 30, 2023. 14. EC, 123, for purposes of Section 235(b) of the Sen. 15. Tensing Reform Act of 1984, 18 U.S.C. 3551 Note, Public. 16. Law 98-473, 98 Stat 2032, as such section relates to. 17. Chapter 311 of Title 18, United States Code, and the 18. United States Parole Commission, each reference in such. 19. Section to 36 years or 36-year period shall be deemed. 20. A reference to 36 years and 17 days or 36-year and 21. 17-day period, respectively. 22. EC, 124, notwithstanding sections 102 and 104. 23. Amounts made available by Section 101 to the Department. 24. Of Defense for Shipbuilding and Conversion, Navy May. 25. Ver date November 24, 2008. 2352 September 29, 2023. JKT 000000, PO 00000, from 00020, FMT 6652, SFMT 6201. C. Users Gdobert Data Roaming Soft Quads Metal 11.0 Gen CCR Edits. September 29, 2023, 11:52 p.m. L. XML CR Edits XML. L. V70929237092923.010 XML. 21. Be apportioned up to the rate for operations necessary for Ohio replacement submarine full funding in an amount not to exceed $621,270,000 for the procurement of one Columbia-class submarine. EC, 125. During the period covered by this Act, Sec. Cheyenne 714, B, of Title 10, United States Code, shall be applied by substituting 4 years for 2 years. EC, 126. Notwithstanding Section 101, the matter preceding the first proviso under the heading Office of Personnel Management, Salaries and Expenses and Div. 10. C on E of Public Law 117-328 shall be applied by sub. 11. Stituting $219,076,000 for $190,784,000. 12. EC, 127. Notwithstanding any other provision of. 13. This Act, except Section 106, the District of Columbia may. 14. Expend local funds made available under the heading Dis. 15. District of Columbia funds for such. 16. Programs and activities under the District of Columbia. 17. Appropriations Act, 2023, Title 4 of Division E of Public. 18. Law 117-328, at the rate set forth in the fiscal year. 19. 2024 Local Budget Act of 2023, D.C. Act 25-161, as 20. Modified as of the date of enactment of this Act. 21. EC, 128. Amounts made available by Section 101-2. 22. The Department of Homeland Security under the heading. 23. Federal Emergency Management Agency, Disaster Re. 24. Leaf Fund may be apportioned up to the rate for OPER. 25. Ver date November 24, 2008. 2352 September 29, 2023. JKT 000000, PO 00000, from 00021. FMT 6652. SFMT 6201. C. Users Gdobert Data Roaming Soft Quads Metal 11.0 Gen CCR Edits. September 29, 2023, 11:52 p.m. L. XML CR Edits XML. L. V70929237092923.010 XML. 22. Asians necessary to carry out response and recovery activity. Ties under the Robert T. Stafford Disaster Relief and Emergency Assistance Act, 42 U.S.C. 5121 at the following. EC, 129, in addition to amounts otherwise provided by Section 101 for Federal Emergency Management.
Sorry, I'm having trouble hearing you.
For an additional amount for fiscal year 2024 to remain available until expended, of which $2 million shall be transferred to Office of the Inspector General, Operations and Support for Audits and INVs. 10. Mitigations of activities funded under Federal Emergency. 11. Management Agency, Disaster Relief Fund and 12. $15,500,000,000 shall be for major disaster. Disaster Relief and 14. Emergency Assistance Act, 42 U.S.C. 5121 Pro. 15. Biden, comma, that such amount is designated.
Mr. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Vance, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden. Mr. Young.
What?
A quorum is not present. The majority leader.
Madam President, I move to direct the Sergeant at Arms of absent senators, and I ask for the yeas and nays.
Is there objection? Oh, is there sufficient second? There is. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mr. Braun, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Brown.
They didn't have a quorum? They have to. Oh, Lord.
Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cardin, Mr. Carper, Mr. Casey, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Cruz.
What was the process of actually putting this all together?
Many hours of finding the right camera angles and watching it. The first trouble started just
What?
after 1 o'clock.
45 pages, here it is right here.
What the hell? We don't want any stinking commercials. Come on now. Ugh.
Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Menendez, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Vance, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Blumenthal, Braun, Brown, Cortez Masto, Grassley, Heinrich, Kane, Kelly, King, Markey, Merkley, Murray, Peters, Rosen, Schatz, Schumer, Warner, Warnock, Warren, Welch, Whitehouse. No senator voted in the negative.
Do you think you'd be happier as a boy?
My mom would never allow it.
That's abuse.
Oh, you can't hear me cry. See my dreams all die from where you're standing on your own.
Anybody who's gone through this, it's the same thing.
Sweetie, please.
No. I need you to leave.
Evie,
No.
where are you getting this from?
We're just masquerading.
When did parents become enemy number one?
This is all coming from the top, the major corporations, governments, politicians.
You have a pipeline. It's also in the education system.
So today we're gonna talk a bit about genders. We are here to support you.
I feel like I couldn't breathe. My aching body fell to the floor.
I've talked to hundreds, if not thousands of parents. Our stories are all the same.
They told my parents if I wasn't allowed to transition, I would be at risk of suicide.
This was a group where they basically gathered vulnerable children and taught them that it was us against them.
Would you rather have a dead daughter
or a living son?
That question is asked over and over again, and therapists are trained to say that.
You caused my heart to bleed. Just to only reason. 'Cause I can't figure out why.
It's destroyed my health.
Looking back, it made me feel even more hopeless.
And then I felt down, I felt tired, I felt exhausted.
Left half of my body shakes on its own uncontrollably.
I'll never be the same.
I was allowed to destroy my body.
They never talk about how much harm is being caused.
You know Joshua from Club? He says our closest family are often our worst enemies.
It's separating kids from their parents.
The state has decided that Evan should stay at a group home for now, for his safety.
You can't hear me cry. See my dreams all die from where you're standing on your own.
We miss you so much, Evie.
Leave him alone.
Like, this is the most important question. Why are they all doing this?
And over the whole world rose a clamor of hysterical joy. World War I promised us a perpetual peace, and it failed. World War II then was the ultimate laboratory of death.
From our people, the last ounce and the last inch of effort of which we are capable.
It told us in 1945 what we should have known in 1939. It took 65 million deaths to prove what should have been self-evident.
The stakes are the stakes of human freedom, which depends upon a view of human nature and the government that's appropriate to that.
Poland and the world learn the meaning of a grim new word, blitzkrieg.
How we are to live and why we are to think we should live that way. And that battle still goes on.
Advancing tank, the attackers move
When we say World War II, that cannot be an abstraction. That has to translate into a guy in a BF-109 or somebody in an American submarine in Tokyo Bay. The point being is that this war was unique in that there were so many theaters, there were so many ways of fighting it that it's almost incomprehensible. Let's begin.
Mr. Rono, aye. Ms. Cantwell, aye. Mr. Booker, aye. Mr. Coons, aye. Mr. Van Hollen, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand, aye. Mr. Wyden. Mr. Wyden, aye. Ms. Hassan. Ms. Hassan, aye. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Sanders, aye. Mr. Cardin. Mr. Cardin, aye. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran, no. Ms. Klobuchar. Ms. Klobuchar, aye.
There's nothing more powerful than you. Making your thing happen. Really going for it. Doing business on your terms. Giving it your all. Making a difference. And loving what you do. Every single day. Feeling fearless, fulfilled, free. When there's nothing holding you back. What would your thing be?
Ms. Cinema. Ms. Cinema, aye.
For those of you that didn't know, they at one point were saying that they did not have a quorum. And I'm not actually even sure what's going on right now. I think the Sergeant at Arms is supposed to be telling people to, like, get their ass down there or something.
Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Bennett, aye. Mr. Carper, aye.
That's what I said. Something weird is going on, and I'm not having sound like I'm supposed to. I have no freaking clue why. Okay, I think I fixed it. I want to get to the beginning of his conversation here. It's coming up. Okay.
Portion at the end, so we want to bring you the entire commentary here, starting with House Speaker Kevin McCarthy.
The next 2 weeks, continue to work to get this done, but you cannot look the men and women in our military in the eye and ask them why they are not going to be able to pay their bills because the Senate hasn't done their work. Look, I know a lot of you always ask me all the negative questions. I'm sure every bet you had was government was going to shut down. I don't know how many times you're going to count us out. But if there's one thing you should start understanding, not just that I'll never give up, but I'm a type of conservative that wants to get things done. It's easy to be a conservative that wants to do nothing. But I believe America wants to find the conservative that can make government work efficiently, effectively, and accountable. And that's exactly what we're doing in our appropriations process. In the wasteful spending, in the wokeism, but most importantly, secure our border. Our president who never once talked to any of us during this challenge of the government shutting down. He watches night after night how thousands of people cross this border illegally because of his policies. The largest number ever in the last month. For 50 years, he has been in elected office. He has been to more dinners with Hunter Biden's business partners than he has gone to the border. Things has got to change. Our border has to be secure. We've got to end the wasteful spending to end the inflation that he has created. And that's exactly what we'll do and exactly what we are doing when we put our commitment to America to work. With that, let me introduce an amazing team up here, from our leader to our whip to our conference chair to all those members that worked so hard. And let me tell you, today wasn't the choice we wanted to have. We tried to pass the most conservative stopgap measure possible. We had members from all sides of the aisle work on it. We put it on the floor, but unfortunately, we didn't have 218 Republicans that would vote for that to help us secure the border then. But today, we're able to move forward to make sure we can challenge that. And one of our best leaders out here is our majority leader, Steve Scalise.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And
he's
today the House
created
came
a
together
mess.
to do our jobs, to continue this battle. And believe me, this is not the end. This is the beginning of a continued fight to secure our border, to get government spending under control, and to get our economy back on track. And that means for the next 45 days, we're going to be working through the remaining issues. As the Speaker talked about, starting Monday, we're coming back here in the House to continue the appropriations process. The House has now passed over 70% of government funding in the appropriations bills. We've passed those bills over to the Senate. The Senate has taken up 0 appropriations bills that they've passed. So it's time for the Senate to start doing their job. It's time for the appropriations process to keep moving forward. The House is going to keep moving forward with the remaining appropriations bills. All the bills that are still out there, both sitting to come to the floor, some, there are 2 that are still in committee. All those are going to be moving in the next few weeks. Starting Monday, we will be back here working on those remaining appropriations bills. But as I will remind everybody, over these last few days, you saw the House pass over 70% of funding of government appropriations bills to the Senate with the priorities of the House to address our border crisis, to address getting our economy back on track, to get our military focused on the threats that are posed by countries like China. And so that focus will continue. Our work will continue. There is a lot of work left to be done. There's another 45 days. That doesn't mean that what just happened today ends. That means these next 45 days, we're going to be busy working here in the People's House. It's time the Senate do that same aggressive form of work. And it's long past time that Joe Biden get engaged in this process as well. He opened the southern border. He created a mess that has riveted the entire nation to the point where Republican mayors, Democrat mayors who are switching to Republican because they're fed up with the open southern border and the damage it's causing, not just to our southern border, the damage it's causing to every community in America who is now a border town, because they're seeing the deaths from the fentanyl overdose. They're seeing people coming across in every community, people on the terrorist watch list, coming across by the thousands every single day, and Joe Biden hasn't cared about this crisis. The American people care about it. House Republicans care about it. We have now continue to push and will continue to push over these next 45 days to get this border crisis solved as we work to solve all of the other problems holding our country back. With that, bring up the man who works to get the votes today. Strong, strong vote. Our whip, Mr. Emmer.
Well, what a week. What a week. We started off like most weeks with direction given to us by our speaker, our majority leader, our conference chair, our membership. And it was like riding a mechanical bull all week as we made our way through stuff that nobody ever thought we could do again.
Mr. Casey,
I want to thank the Speaker for his leadership because what he tried to do was work with every member of our conference. He tried to make sure that everybody's voice was being heard, that everybody had a chance to take whatever vote they wanted to. They were all given an opportunity to vote for the best bill you possibly could have had yesterday. A spending cut, border security, disaster aid. And we just couldn't quite get that one over the line. So after exhausting everything else, this speaker understands that shutting the government down is not an option. And for those naysayers out there who say, oh, let it shut down, if you're a fiscal conservative, you do not want the government to shut down because you are going to pay a whole lot more if that happens. And our members, I'm grateful that they understood it. I will tell everybody, no, I'm not happy. We did not have 218 Republicans still. That doesn't work for me, and we're going to have to do a better job of making sure that happens. But I'm very pleased to be part of this team, all of our members, and again,
Graham,
Kevin,
Mr.
thank
Graham,
you so
no.
much for taking the bull by the horns and putting this thing on the floor and getting it done. Our conference chair, Lee Stefano.
Thank you, Tom. As we face this challenge, Joe Biden, Chuck Schumer, House Democrats showed zero leadership. House Republicans will continue to step up to lead.
Mrs. Brett,
Under the leadership of
no.
our Speaker, this leadership team, but most importantly, all the members of the House Republican Conference, we get the job done and deliver on behalf of the American people, keeping the government open and, importantly, continuing the appropriations process to be good stewards of taxpayer dollars. And this was despite House Democrats' attempts to delay, to obstruct, and to even pull the fire alarm to stop this important vote from happening. We're going to continue to stand up on behalf of the American people, and despite being underestimated every week, we see you every single week and you underestimate us. We will continue to get the job done on behalf of our constituents across America. And I'm proud to turn it back over to the Speaker of the House, Kevin McCarthy.
I was really appalled of watching Democrats' actions today, to delay it, to get to a shutdown. But when we found that an individual elected to Congress would pull a fire alarm, that's a new low. We watched how people have been treated if they've done something wrong in this Capitol. It'd be interesting to see how he is treated on what he was trying to obstruct when it came to the American public. With that, I look forward to your very open and optimistic questions that you have been asking this entire time. So let's turn to CNN. I've been praying for you.
Well, as you know, this threat of your speakership has been hanging over you for some time, and especially if you rely on Democratic votes.
Okay.
Just have to carry this to the Constitution. Do you expect to rely on Democratic votes if the vote to vacate comes up? Will you need Democrats to keep doing the speakership?
Okay, can we now realize what the question was and realize what has happened today? We were within a few hours of government shutting down, where the military would not be paid, where the border would not be paid. They talked about FAA having problems because only the House has passed a bill and the Senate has not. It's been I imagine on his network he probably had a shutdown clock on. The Senate stymied of what they can do. All of that has now been waved away. And the only question CNN has for me today was whether I'm worried about someone making a motion to vacate against me.
No, it was whether you rely on Democratic votes.
No, let's understand what the bill was. We put a bill on the floor in suspension. So there's no bill that can pass with one party or the other. When are you guys going to get over that it's all right that you put America first? That's all right if Republicans and Democrats join together to do what is right. If somebody wants to make a motion against me, bring it. There has to be an adult in the room. I am going to govern with what is best for this country. I don't understand how long will it take to understand that. I went 15 rounds. The same individual that voted against us even having a more conservative stopgap measure. The same individual who threatens it, that delayed us from ever getting all of our appropriate bills done. Did the same thing during the speaker's race. That's okay. He has a right to do it. But I'm going to be a conservative that gets things done for the American public. And whatever that holds, so be it. Because I believe in not giving up on America. I'm not going to be beholden to somebody who portrays and does something different. Yes, sir.
One of the big differences between what the Senate had advanced and what you passed was aid for Ukraine.
No, the Senate hasn't advanced anything.
Mr. Fetterman,
The Senate hasn't advanced one appropriation bill. The Senate hasn't advanced anything for the FAA. The Senate hasn't advanced anything for the Parents' Bill of Rights. The Senate hasn't done anything for energy, and the price of oil is $100. They haven't done one appropriation bill. So please, praise the Senate some more and ask me your question.
Well, my question is, will you put aid for Ukraine on the floor in the next 45 days?
Listen, what the Senate wanted to do was focus on Ukraine in front of America. I understand our responsibilities, but I'm going to put America first. If there's a moment in time we need to have a discussion about that, we will have a discussion completely about that. But I think the administration has to make the case for what is victory. And I've asked the administration to come down and talk to our members about that. Yes, sir. And I want to congratulate you because you have spent overtime here. And you wear a tie when the guy next to you doesn't even have well, you have a collared shirt on. But you were here late at night, so you should really get the first question, but go ahead.
So over the past couple of weeks, it seems that there was not going to be a clean CR put on the floor. When did you kind of change your mind? How did that all come?
So wait, let me give you this experience here. Were you doubting whether we could get the job done? Were you doubting we would make that happen? All right, okay. Listen, Winston Churchill once said this about America. You can always count on Americans to do what's right after they exhausted every other option. It is very clear that I tried every possible way, listening to every single person in the conference. When we went to vote on appropriations bills you didn't think we could pass, We passed them. It was tough, but we got it through. We made sure we came down the last hour. Would I have wanted the bill we put on the floor yesterday that would secure our border, cut wasteful spending? Yes, I did. But I had some members in our own conference that wouldn't vote for that. So if you have members in your conference that won't let you vote for appropriation bills, doesn't want an omnibus, and won't vote for a stopgap measure, so the only answer is to shut down and not pay our troops, I don't want to be a part of that team. I want to be a part of a conservative group that wants to get things done. Yes, sir.
I wonder what's your message to the 21 members who didn't support this and led to this decision? Should they
McConnell.
be more
Mr.
open to
McConnell,
the-
no.
the RT players?
Look, one thing about me is I'm never giving up on the American people. I'm going to focus on America first, and I'm going to solve those problems. I believe at the end of the day,
Cotton,
we'll get them
Mr.
back on board.
Cotton.
Yes, ma'am.
No. Ms. Ernst, no.
Look, I think so. It's very important. If we're worried about Ukraine's borders,
Mrs.
we should worry about
Fisher,
America's
Mrs.
borders.
Fisher,
And
no.
I think the opportunity to solve
Mr.
the border
Johnson,
along
Mr.
America
Johnson, no.
is now one of the biggest issues in New York.
Mr. Mullen,
The governor
Mr.
of
Mullen,
Massachusetts has declared
no.
a state of emergency.
Mr. Barrasso,
the governor
Mr.
of New York
Barrasso,
tells people to go
no.
somewhere else. The
Mrs.
mayor of New York
Capito,
City
Mrs.
says it's
Capito,
destroying,
aye. Mr.
which
Thune, Mr.
many in
Thune,
this country
no.
believe is one of the
Mr.
greatest
Sullivan,
cities
Mr.
America has.
Sullivan,
And we have a
no.
president
Mr.
that has
Ricketts,
only been to
Mr.
the border
Ricketts,
one
no.
time
Mr. Schmidt,
in 50
Mr.
years,
Schmidt,
but went to Cafe
no.
Milano twice
Mr. Crapo,
with Hunter
Mr.
Biden's
Crapo,
business partners and
no.
got $3 million
Mr.
for it,
Haggerty,
and his
Mr.
son got a new
Haggerty,
Porsche.
no. Mr.
You know
Young,
what?
Mr.
I will
Young,
do whatever
no.
it takes to get
Mr.
the president to come
Daines,
down to the
Mr.
border.
Daines, no.
Bring one of Hunter's
Mrs.
business partners.
Blackburn,
I don't
Mrs.
care,
Blackburn,
but we need to secure
no.
this border.
Mr. Braun,
Yes, sir.
Mr. Braun, no. Mr. Vance, Mr. Vance, no. Mr. Marshall, no. Mr. Wicker, no.
It's
Mrs.
a
Hyde
daily
Smith,
basis. You watch
Mrs.
for 9
Hyde
months.
Smith,
I hope they learn from me that
no.
I won't give up, and they'll know I'll keep fighting. So
Kennedy,
it's better that we
Mr.
all come together.
Kennedy,
We all come together, we're much
no.
stronger.
Mr.
I've
Kramer,
watched what
Mr.
we've been able
Kramer,
to achieve so far. Thanks for one
no.
more.
Mr. Tillis,
In Washington, D.C.,
no.
wanted to
Mr.
decriminalize
Langford, Mr.
almost
Langford,
every single crime.
no.
Being united. The Senate said they wouldn't get up. We had
Mr. Rubio,
172
Mr. Rubio,
Democrats
no.
vote against it. We had the president say he'd veto it, and he ended up signing it. We went and heard parents across the country. They'd get arrested when they go to a school board meeting simply because they wanted to talk about what was happening. We passed the Parents' Bill of Rights. We ended the pandemic when they said the Senate wouldn't take it up and the president wouldn't sign it. We passed the most conservative border security bill in the history of Congress. We passed an energy bill that would make us energy independent and create more jobs, lower inflation. We were able to get the largest cuts in American history
Mr. Risch,
during
Mr. Risch,
the debt.
no.
We were able to cut more
Mr.
than $2 trillion.
Bozeman, Mr.
Get
Bozeman,
work requirements that the president said would be a
No.
red line. Get NEPA reform for the first time in 40 years. And put a provision in that would put a 1% cut across the board if the House and Senate doesn't do their job. So we got the Senate at least to pass approach bills in committee. They just have a hard time getting it to the floor. So the
Lee.
one thing I've learned is,
Mr. Lee.
and look,
Ms.
I welcome
Murkowski,
those
Ms.
21 back in,
Murkowski, no.
and we would get a better and more conservative bill if they would simply vote with us. Yes, ma'am.
I know Senator Mullen was over on the side of the Capitol a lot this morning. What were your conversations like with Leader McConnell? Did you talk to him this morning?
I didn't get it. Mark Wayne Mullen, a former member of Congress and a dear personal friend of mine, he was great. He was in the House. He was being able to convey what was happening in the Senate. No, I talked to Senator Thune many times, and I thought Senator Thune did a tremendous job through it all. I had worked with McConnell early on in a lot of this too, but I didn't get to talk to him today. No.
Just Mr. Rounds, no.
Okay, let's understand. There's different ways bills come up. If I bring a bill up under a rule, it only takes 218 to pass. If it's on suspension, it takes Republicans and Democrats together. We had the majority of the Republicans voting for it. But let's put it in perspective. What happened prior to the bill? The Democrats first wanted to adjourn. Can you imagine hours away from shutting down and they wanted to adjourn? Then they came down and all voted by a card to delay it, to delay it, to delay it. Then the leader went and took a magic minute to keep talking and delaying it and delaying it and delaying it. So I think at the end of the day, we kept the government open, kept paying our troops to finish the job we have to get done. Yes, sir. You know, I think ethics should look at this, but this is serious. When you think of how other people are treated when they wanted to come in and change the course of what was happening in this building. And did he deny he did it when it's on tape?
Mrs. Capito,
And I'm going to have a discussion with the Democratic leader about it. But this should not go without punishment. This is an embarrassment. You're elected to be a member of Congress. You pulled the fire alarm in a minute of hours before the government being shut down, trying to dictate that government would shut down? What's going through a person's mind like that? But we will find the right ability to deal with this. Yes.
Just on the Ukraine, what can you say to people in Kiev who still stand by them?
Mr. Cruz,
Yes.
Mr. Cruz,
yes, I do.
no.
And what Russia has done is wrong, but I believe in whatever we do, we have to define what victory is and what the plan is. And I think what the White House needs to do is come down and talk with us and lay it out where we have a part of it say as well. Yes, ma'am.
Also on Ukraine, what does more than half of the conference voting against $300 million into Ukraine earlier this week mean for the prospects of giving billions more to Ukraine?
That is training money. I think there's a frustration across America that sees this president ignoring America's border and more concerned about somewhere else. I truly believe if he would focus on America, we'd be in a stronger place. Yes, ma'am.
The appropriations bills you have passed have very steep spending cuts that the Senate is not likely to accept. So 45 days, what are you going to do to make sure you don't end?
Okay, can you tell me what bills in the Senate, in the appropriations they passed? Has the Senate passed any bills? Yes or no? No, have they passed any bill? Has the Senate passed any bills? It's not a tough question. Yes or no? Did the Senate pass a bill? You want me to answer it for you? Are you not covering it? I can answer it any way I want. You have a right to ask me a question, but I have a right to answer it. So are you embarrassed because the Senate hasn't passed any bill? Is that why you won't answer it, or do you not know the answer to the question? The answer to the question is the Senate is a different body than the House. The House has a right to act and have a say in the direction they want. The Senate can pass any bill they want, and then you go to conference. When the Senate passes a bill, I'll be surprised, and then we can go to conference. In 45 days, we should get our work all done. Yes?
Okay. Are you planning to stick to or eventually revert to the Senate category in years from?
Look, I like to save whatever dollars. This is interesting. If you do have a child, but as your child gets older, if I have 2 kids, if I give my Connor and Megan $100 to go to dinner, one spends 100 and one spends 90. Should the other spend all the way up to? If we can save money, let's save money together. Let's lower whatever we can do. If we can save for the hardworking taxpayers, why can't we have that discussion? It doesn't mean you have to spend every dollar you want. That's a spending limit. That's the agreement we made. If we find that it's worthy, we can spend up to that. But if we find places we can save money, you know whose money that is? The hardworking taxpayers. Let's try to save it.
Last question?
Yes, next question. Yes, sir.
Where are you at personally?
Right here.
Where are you at personally on aid to Ukraine?
Look, I think what Russia has done is horrendous. I have a real concern of what's going to happen long term, but I don't want to waste any money. As a question was asked, how long ago? That was a year and a half ago about Ukraine aid, and I said no blank check. That's what I mean about anything. I want to make sure whatever I vote for, that it's going and it's held accountable. I think there's accountability problems that we have to go, but I also make sure that we have to finish the job at the same time. Thank you all very much. I look forward to all your positive questions in the future.
All right, House Speaker Kevin McCarthy and GOP leaders, their response, their reaction after the House passed that continuing resolution. Still waiting to see what happens with the Senate here, of course, keeping a close eye on that. We'll bring you any updates as they become available. Let's take a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll be bringing you the latest from House Democrats and Senate Democrats as well, giving their reaction to the House passage just a little bit ago this afternoon. We also have much more coverage still ahead. We'll be breaking down even further as we give you this live look here from EarthCam from Las Vegas, Nevada, the latest on the arrest of a suspect in Tupac's murder. More on that still to come. And also, as we give you a live look here from Orlando, Florida, it's a very interesting lawsuit coming out of Orlando of a woman who's suing Walt Disney World because of an injurious wedgie that she got while on a water ride. We're going to be bringing on an attorney to talk more about that lawsuit as well. That's coming up at the top of the hour, 6 o'clock Eastern. Much more to come here on Live Now. We'll see you back right after this.
Be our guiding principle in getting things done for the American people. It's now my honor to yield to Catherine Clark, the distinguished House Democratic Whip.
Thank you so much, Mr. Leader, for those comments and for leading our caucus and putting the American people's voice into this process. And of course, for your hour today, setting out the vision that Democrats have and the contrasts with the MAGA extremists. Today, Democrats have ensured that those interests, the American people, have won out over the demands of MAGA extremists. But only after months of Speaker McCarthy and the MAGA majority playing chicken with the lives and livelihoods of the American people. They brought us to the edge of a needless shutdown, trying to blackmail the country into accepting their extreme right-wing agenda. And today, Democrats came to the rescue. Speaker McCarthy admitted defeat
Romney,
and asked
Mr.
Democrats
Romney.
to put out the fire that he and his party had started. We proved today that Democrats will continue to unify around our shared values. We will continue to put the concerns of the American people first, and we will not allow the twisted priorities of the MAGA Republicans to become law. As we move forward, as the leader said, we will continue to try and build a budget in a bipartisan way that will meet the needs of the American people and live up to the spending agreement that Kevin McCarthy has already agreed to back in June. And I call on Speaker McCarthy not to let the pro-Putin part of his conference win the day and bring a vote to the floor on assistance to Ukraine so we can continue to defend their democracy and our own. And with that, I yield to our amazing champion for our caucus chair, Pete Aguilar.
Thank you, Whip Clark. I want to start by thanking Whip Clark and the floor team who helped guide our efforts and guide our success, what you saw here today, and to Leader Jeffries, who spoke so eloquently on the House floor about our shared values, but also about our path ahead and how difficult it has been that the MAGA extremism has permeated the Republican conference for so long. And when the Democratic caucus, when I convened them with Vice Chair Lieu, and we needed more time to read the text and to read the document,
the
it
clerk
was
will
Clark
read
and
a
Leader
communication
Jeffries
to the
who
Senate.
wanted to ensure
Washington,
that members had the
D.C.,
time and the
September 30,
space to
2023,
understand
to the
what
Senate.
what was
Under
in
the
this
provisions
package.
of Rule 1, Paragraph
Because
3 of
for
the
the
Standing
Democratic
Rules of the
caucus,
Senate,
and this
I
isn't the
hereby
same
appoint
for the
the
Republican
Honorable
conference, the details
Mark
matter.
Kelly, a senator from the
Helping
state of
people is why
Arizona,
we come here.
to perform the
We
duties of
want to
the
make a
chair.
difference
Signed,
in our
Patty Murray,
communities. We want to help our
President Pro Tempore.
communities. And in order to do that, we wanted to make sure that we got it right. And because of our actions and the unity of the Democratic caucus that you saw on full display here today.
Under the previous
we were
order,
able
the
to do just that.
leadership
We were able to put
time
the needs
is
of the American public
reserved.
first. We were able to
Morning
keep government
business
open,
is
protect our
closed.
communities, ensure that
Under
service
the
members
previous order,
were not asked to
the
go to
Senate
work
will resume
without getting a
consideration
paycheck.
of H.R.
Those are the types of things that we can
3935,
do.
which the clerk will report.
Calendar number 211, H.R. 3935, an act to amend Title 49 United States Code to reauthorize and improve the Federal Aviation Administration and other civil aviation programs and for other purposes.
Can continue to fight bravely and courageously and defeat Vladimir Putin and Russian aggression. It's important for democracy. It's important for the principle of freedom. It's important for truth. It's important for NATO. And extreme MAGA Republicans will have an opportunity over the next few days to put the American people and our national security interests first, and extreme MAGA Republican pro-Putin caucus last.
Leader Jeffries, quick question, Eric Garcia with the Independent. This is the second time that Democrats have had to bail out Speaker McCarthy and House Republicans on spending, first with the debt limit and now with this. How confident are you that in the future you can negotiate in good faith with Speaker McCarthy and the Republican conference when it comes to now that these next 45 days you have to get these spending bills across the finish line?
Well, House Democrats are going to continue to put the needs of the American people first and to work in a bipartisan way with our colleagues in the Senate, as well as with President Biden. And it's our hope that the traditional Republicans will finally take their party back from the extremists who have hijacked this Congress from the very beginning of this new Republican majority. And time again, House Democrats have had to come to the rescue to push back against the extremists and to ensure that we're doing the right thing for the American people. And that is what we'll continue to do. Let me yield to Catherine and Pete to answer that question as well.
I'll just tell you, and both of these questions have been a little bit about the appropriations process, and it's our hope. I echo what the leader said. It is our hope that we can work in a bipartisan process. What we have seen is that no spending bills will happen without Democratic support. It should be an opportunity to work together to encourage the Appropriations Committee to come together and to put out bipartisan bills. But that would mean that Republicans would have to do away with the extremism. They would have to do away with their policy writers. They would have to do away with their assault on women's reproductive freedom. And I don't know if the Republican conference is willing to do that, but it's my hope that we can get there because that's what the American people expect. And by the way, as the whip said, we've got some trust issues. We need to make sure that Republicans abide by the deal that their own leader, the Speaker of the House, negotiated. And we will do that moving forward.
Yeah, I think our commitment to bipartisanship was crystal clear back in June when we had 314 votes coming out of the House, almost a 50-50 split between Democrats and Republicans saying lots of things we don't like in this default compromise, but it's a compromise to make sure we don't allow MAGA Republicans to drive our economy over the cliff. Here we are again today. And what we can say is that we will continue to work for the American people, to put the issues around lowering their costs of living, making sure that we are addressing the crisis that they want for our public schools. Their proposal was to cut 150,000 teachers from public schools and to stop their march on a national abortion ban, criminalizing health care for women and for doctors. So we will continue to put those priorities first, but when it comes to putting them first, making sure the American people are at the center of our work, we will do that in a way that is bipartisan if there is any opportunity.
Anything change in that bill? It seemed like you were speed reading. You almost characterized it that way. Anything that tucked in there you didn't expect or may have been a twist?
We needed to create the time and space to be able to evaluate the bill. At the very beginning of this Congress, extreme MAGA Republicans said that any legislation put before the House would only be done if there were at least 72 hours to review the legislation. That was the House Republican rule and the promise that was made by their Speaker to the Congress and to the American people. And earlier today, at the 11th hour, this continuing resolution was dropped on the people. And so, at minimum, we wanted to make sure, given the trust issues that exist, that we had the time and space to read the four corners of the agreement in order to determine whether it met the needs of the American people. And when we read the four corners of the agreement, it was clear to us that this spending bill was a complete and total victory for the American people and a total defeat for the extreme MAGA Republicans. Let me also thank publicly Leader Schumer and the Senate Democrats, because part of the reason why we had the space to get to a place where we reached a bipartisan agreement in the House is because Leader Schumer and Senate Democrats have been working in a cooperative and bipartisan way for weeks in the Senate, setting forth the only pathway forward. And as a result of that, you had House Democrats in alignment with Senate Democrats. Both of us were in alignment with Senate Republicans. All of us were in alignment with President Biden on behalf of the American people. You had the extreme MAGA Republicans on an island all by themselves. And as recently as yesterday, put forth a draconian bill that would have slashed and burned the ability of the federal government to meet the health, the safety, and the economic needs of the American people. But largely as a result of our unity within the House Democratic Caucus in fighting for everyday Americans and putting people over politics, and because Senate Democrats had set the stage, thanks to incredible leadership by Senator Schumer and his team in working in a bipartisan way with his Senate Republican colleagues, we were able to arrive at a place where the American people won.
Congressman Fitzpatrick said today that he expects that there would be Democrats in the instance of a motion to vacate that would vote to table it, because that vote would be whether you want to reward or to punish two-party bills on the floor. Do you see it that way at this point?
We haven't had a discussion about any hypothetical motion to vacate, and we'll cross that bridge when we get to it.
Do you think Speaker McCarthy did the right thing today in putting up the CR for a vote?
I think the House, led by Democrats, were able to accomplish the right thing on behalf of the American people.
I wanted to follow up on your commentary about speed reading the bill and making sure you could look at all four corners of the agreement. It's no secret that you and Speaker McCarthy have a mutual respect for each other. Do you think he, ignored his own 72-hour policy in order to make sure that it didn't give his members enough time to sort of, hijack this bill and give this bill a real shot of passing?
I have no idea, but we understood when Whip Clark and Chairman Aguilar and myself met with our leadership team in the House that we needed to create the time and space for every member of Congress to read the bill and be able to come to an informed conclusion as to what was the right thing to do for the American people. I don't know why this bill was dropped on the Congress at the 11th hour in terms of what dynamic was going on the other side of the aisle, but we knew that the right thing to do for the American people was to find a bipartisan path forward to avoid a catastrophic extreme MAGA Republican government shutdown, but make sure that we were doing it in a way that we didn't undermine the needs of the American people. And Catherine, appropriately, Whip Clark, made a motion to adjourn temporarily to create the time and the space for members of Congress in an intelligent way to read the four corners of the bill. Chairman Aguilar convened the caucus to be able to do that and talk through what the provisions of the bill would actually do in terms of their implications for the American people. And I was able to spend a few minutes on the House floor.
So did you find out about this CR when everyone else did this morning? You had no tip-off by the Speaker that it was coming?
We did not see the text of the bill until about 5 or 10 minutes before the vote was actually called, which is why we needed to create the space for the American people and members of Congress on their behalf to evaluate whether we were able to get something over the finish line that both avoided a government shutdown and was consistent with the American values that House Democrats have been fighting for from the very beginning, and that did not contain a single poison pill or policy rider that the extreme MAGA Republicans were trying to jam down the throats of the American people. Once we concluded that the bill that would be before us met the needs of the American people, would avoid a catastrophic government shutdown that the extreme MAGA Republicans were trying to visit on the American people, and didn't have a single ideological right-wing policy rider, that it was clear how we were going to move forward.
Thank you, Leader Jeffries. So I know you often rebuke some of the extreme Republicans in the House, but you rarely talk about your relationship openly with Speaker McCarthy. He said you guys talked yesterday. Can you talk to me about the dynamics between both of your relationship right now? What does that look like? Is there any tension, after everything you've been through this Congress?
I think as Democrats, we were able to make sure that we passed a bill that meets the needs of the American people. The bill was put on the floor. After evaluating it, we came to the conclusion that we were going to make sure that it passed, despite the fact that a majority of Republicans voted against their own bill, because it represented a path forward in a bipartisan way that made sense for everyday Americans.
You talked a lot about the American people, but what about the Ukraine? Are you not afraid that it might have a negative impact on Ukraine's ability to fight against Russia if there's no fresh money for the next 45 days?
As I mentioned earlier, we have to get to work on this issue, and that should be done sooner rather than later to ensure that we are providing the Ukrainian people with the resources necessary to continue to fight courageously and to defeat Vladimir Putin and Russia. House Republicans will have a choice in the next few days when we reconvene on Monday. Are they going to stand up for freedom, democracy, truth, and the Ukrainian people? Or will they continue to bend the knee to the pro-Putin caucus in the House Republican Conference? Thank you, everyone.
All right, next up here is that this heads to the Senate, of course, continuing to monitor the very latest. We are going to take a quick commercial break here. We're just past the 6 o'clock Eastern mark. I'm Lexi Petrovich. Thanks so much for being with us, giving you another live look here from Orlando, Florida. When we come back, it's a lawsuit against Disney World over a painful wedgie. We're breaking it down after the break.
Oh, wedgie. Oh my goodness.
That's what you would expect when you go on a water slide. So, are we our brothers or our sisters' keepers? Is this a lawsuit? Was Disney negligent? Did Disney warn? I mean, that is what we're going to have juries for, unless
Let's reset this. Clear all.
Senator from Vermont.
The absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
I think they've been having a hard time getting a quorum. And so they're trying to make sure that everybody is there or something. See, if C-SPAN was on right now, they would explain to me what on earth is going on. Like, are they actually going to accomplish anything? Like, what is even happening right now? Like, I could literally, like, take a nap and come back.
Mr. President.
Senate is currently in a quorum call.
Mr. President, I ask the proceedings of the quorum be dispensed with.
Without objection, the Senator from Virginia.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise today in joining a number of my other colleagues to pay tribute to the legacy of Senator Dianne Feinstein.
Oh, nobody cares.
In the last couple of days since her unfortunate passing, much has been said about my friend Dianne. She was a trailblazer who helped pave the way for generations of women seeking public office. As the first female mayor of San Francisco, she was elected to the Senate in 1992, the so-called Year of the Women. And she helped triple the number of female senators from 2 to 6. Think about that. That was just in 1992. Though we still have a long way to go as we march towards true representation of this body, today there are 4 times that many women sitting in this chamber. And as many of them have already noted from the floor, it is in part because of the legacy of Dianne Feinstein. Dianne was propelled into office because she believed in the power of public service to improve people's lives. It's why, having witnessed the devastating effects of gun violence firsthand, literally coming upon the murder of then Supervisor Harvey Milk, she was such a champion of gun safety. Believing that weapons of war have no place on our streets, she authored and shepherded into law the assault weapons ban. Though I acknowledge that my own record on this issue has been somewhat complicated, I am convinced that this country is far better and would be far safer if that assault weapons ban was restored today. In this and so many other ways, Senator Feinstein was long ahead of the curve. She was a lifelong champion of equality, civil rights, immigrants, and the gay community. She was proud to call herself an environmentalist long before that term was even used. Now, much has been said about her legacy on these issues. But as the current chairman of the Senate Intelligence Committee, I want to call particular attention to her leadership on national security. And let me cite right now, I've been in pretty regular contact with my dear friend, the former chairman of the Senate Intelligence Committee, a former senator from North Carolina, Richard Burr, who also wanted, through me, to express his condolences as well. Among her many firsts, Senator Feinstein was the first woman to chair the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence. She served as chairman from 2009 to 2015 and vice chairman from 2015 to 2017. During her time as chair of the committee, Senator led the drafting and subsequent enactment of 6 consecutive authorization bills, following a 6-year span where we didn't do the IAA. These bills are crucial tools to exercise oversight of the U.S. intelligence community. They authorize funding for intelligence activities, and add or amend legislation affecting the IC. But perhaps one of her greatest legacies was her unflinching investigation into the brutal detention and interrogation methods used by the CIA in the aftermath of the 9/11 attacks. As part of that report, which I can tell you as a member of the committee at that point, without her persistence, her diligence, would not have gone through. As a part of that effort, the report that came out of her abuse into CIA methods was a report that committee staff examined more than 6.3 million pages of records. They wrote a 6,700-page report backed up by 38,000 footnotes, and eventually released a public 500-page declassified executive summary detailing a host of brutal practices used against detainees without, and this was hard for those of us who were supportive of the IC, these practices without yielding actionable intelligence to prevent terrorist attacks. In doing so, and again, I was a witness to this, Chairman Feinstein went toe-to-toe with the CIA, went toe-to-toe with presidents of two different parties, and others that were determined to bury that part of the CIA's history. She made sure that we had a full reckoning. Now, I joined the committee in 2011, 2 years into Diane's tenure as chair. From her, I learned about both the necessity that this committee be independent, that it needs to be bipartisan, and that our role in oversight was critically important. And in so many ways, I'm proud of the fact that under Senator Burr and now under my tenure's leadership, we call ourselves the Senate Intelligence Committee the most bipartisan, fully functioning committee, not only in the Senate, but in the whole Congress. On a personal note, I remember, and I have such greater appreciation for this now, when I was the new guy on the committee, I sat at the far end of the dais. And my particular interests were in satellites and overhead. And whenever we had a hearing on the essential role that NGA and NRO and other agencies played in terms of overseeing those oversight of our satellite imagery, and the fact that I felt we were sometimes investing way too much in legacy systems, Diane would always let me go the extra minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes in terms of my questioning. A type of courtesy and understanding that I've tried to emulate in my role as chair now. And sometimes at the end of a long hearing, if you're the guy or the gal at the end of the dais and you're chair, you'd like things to be wrapped up fairly quickly. She was always courteous. She was always understanding. She allowed me the lane where I slowly developed some level of expertise. And I stand here today and proud of my work on that committee. But I learned so much from her about how to operate with integrity, how to operate in a bipartisan fashion, and with always the eye on the ball that the work that the men and the women of the Intelligence community does is absolutely critical. But it is also equally critical that those of us in Congress who are entrusted with the oversight responsibility of that community, that we do our job as well. So, like so many of my colleagues, we've lost a mentor, I've lost a friend, and the Senate has lost a giant. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Well, that was the really most important
Mr.
thing
President.
we'd ever seen them do.
Senator from Virginia.
Now
President,
now what are they doing?
Thank you for the courtesy of letting me speak again. I just spoke about the legacy of Dianne Feinstein.
Yeah, no, nobody cares.
Today, later today, the House is potentially acting on legislation. One of the things that Dianne was always clear-eyed about was our national security threats and the challenges posed by autocratic nation states like Russia. I implore my friends in the House, a House that just this week, by a vote of 330 plus, said they did not want to walk away from Ukraine. Our commitment at this moment in time, our military support, our diplomatic support, our State Department support at this critical junction in this war.
It shouldn't be our
Well,
priority.
In a crass move, the Republican House leadership is not only trying to remove all assistance for Ukraine, but literally trying to prevent our Defense Department, our State Department, and other agencies from transferring already existing funds to those necessary areas that are going to be most in jeopardy if we walk away from Ukraine at this moment in time. I implore those who have said time and again, we need to stand up for Ukraine, not to walk away at this moment in time. The truth is, what happens today as European elections over the next few weeks, where forces that are not in support of democracy's continued fight against the autocracy that Putin represents, the brutal dictatorship that Putin represents. They will be watching. I hope that we stand firm, because so many of us, and in this body alone, north of 85 senators have come to the fore at one point or another, or in voting, have said they want to stand with the people of Ukraine and their strong fight. We're going to have to address that question later today as we sort through these final hours before the imminent and totally avoidable government shutdown that happens at midnight tonight. Thank you, Mr. President. With that, I yield the floor.
Oh, boy.
Mr. President.
Senator from Washington.
Mr. President, thank you. I come to the floor this afternoon to urge my colleagues to keep moving this bipartisan CR forward and remind them this isn't the be-all, end-all of legislating this year. I really appreciate the efforts to consider including additional measures in this bill, but I have a message to everyone who still wants this bill to do a little bit more. This is not the last bill this Congress is ever going to pass, but it is how we avoid a devastating shutdown. And the issue that the senator from Virginia just talked about in terms of making sure we are strong, not just here at home, but across the globe. I can assure you, whatever other issue you care about, whether it is childcare or the border or farmers or schools or air travel or rural health care or veterans, you name it, a government shutdown is not going to make it better. It will hurt our families, it will hurt our economy, and it will hurt our national security. And by the way, it is going to be more expensive than just keeping things open. That's why the first order of business for all of us, no matter what you care about, has to be getting this bipartisan CR passed. Once we take care of priority number one and keep the lights on, we can and we obviously will keep talking about how to deal with the pressing challenges of childcare or the border or natural disasters and more. And we can get back to passing our 12 bipartisan appropriations bills to provide full year funding. So, Mr. President, let's get this done so we can avoid a complete disaster for families and get back to making progress on all the other issues we all care about. I urge my colleagues vote yes on the motion to invoke cloture on the substitute. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
I mean, we're seeing people make speeches, I guess.
We're waiting for someone on maybe. Madam President.
Senator from Oregon.
Madam President, the bill that we will be voting on shortly reflects intense bipartisan collaboration here in the Senate, the type of collaboration that we need to see a lot more of in this institution. I share a lot of credit, or let me put it differently, I thank the co-leads, Senator Murray and Senator Collins, for working so hard to get all the appropriation bills out of committee and finding a path forward for us to make sure with the CR we can keep the government open. It doesn't have things in it that I would like. A lot more disaster aid for folks around the country, a lot more support for Ukraine. But I think it represents exactly the type of modest package that is appropriate at this moment, while, as the Chair of Appropriations pointed out, we'll continue to work together on in the month to come to pass the actual appropriation bills. The issue that I'm very concerned about on the House side right now is that they are taking and putting together a package that has no support for Ukraine and that bans the administration from moving funds throughout the Defense Department and the State Department to be able to support Ukraine. If you want China and Russia to be number one and number two in the world, then that would be the path to go. If you want to have dictatorships, authoritarian governments crush democracy, then that would be the way to go. But I want our vision of a republic, our vision of a democracy, our vision of a state that has freedom of speech and freedom of assembly to be able to be the model that expands freedom in this world. So let's support this package before us, and let's support a package that has both disaster aid and aid for Ukraine.
No, disaster aid, disaster
I yield the
aid
floor.
only.
Indiana. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
Madam President, I ask that the quorum call be dispensed with.
Is there objection? Objection is heard. We'll continue to call the roll.
Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett.
How long are they going to be trying to get a quorum?
Mrs. Blackburn.
Like, we've been at this for, I don't know.
Mr.
how
Blumenthal.
long.
Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mr. Braun. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Brown. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cardin. Mr. Carper. Mr. Casey. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Mr. Fetterman. Mrs. Fisher. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Hassan. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Hickenlooper. Ms. Hirono. Mr. Hoven. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. King. Ms. Klobuchar. Mr. Langford. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lujan. Ms. Lummis, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Menendez, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz,
Trying to see
Mr.
if I can
Schmidt,
hear what's being said.
Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Vance, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden,
How much time is going to be spent calling a quorum? I mean, I guess maybe some of them are actually taking the time to read the bill that was sent over to them. I don't know.
Mr. Young,
A quorum is not present.
A quorum is not present?
The majority leader.
Madam President, I move to direct the Sergeant at Arms to of absent senators, and I ask for the yeas and nays.
Is there objection? Oh, is there a sufficient second? There is. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mr. Braun, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Brown. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cardin, Mr. Carper, Mr. Casey, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Cruz. Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Mr. Rono, Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Menendez, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Vance, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Blumenthal, Braun, Brown, Cortez Masto, Grassley, Heinrich, Kane, Kelly, King, Merkley, Murray, Peters, Rosen, Schatz, Schumer, Warner, Warnock, Warren, Welch, Whitehouse. No senator voted in the negative.
Padilla didn't vote?
Mr. Manchin, aye. Mr. Durbin, aye. Mr. Padilla, aye. Mr. Lujan, aye. Mr. Ossoff, aye. Ms. Baldwin, aye.
Leave this here for people to look at and read.
Mr. Tester, aye.
I think we're leaning towards the possibility that this is going to get passed, but they keep having to call quorum after quorum. I guess people are wanting time to read the bill, and they're not showing up. I don't know.
Ms. Duckworth, aye. Mr. Reed, aye. Mr. Murphy, aye. Ms. Hirono, aye. Ms. Cantwell, aye. Mr. Booker, aye. Mr. Coons, aye. Mr. Van Hollen, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand, aye. Mr. Wyden, aye. Ms. Hassan, aye. Mr. Sanders, aye. Mr. Cardin, aye. Mr. Moran, no. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Mr. Hawley, no. Mrs. Shaheen, aye. Ms. Sinema, aye. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Bennett, aye. Mr. Carper, aye. Mr. Menendez, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper, aye. Ms. Lummis, no. Mr. Scott of Florida, no. Mr. Budd, no. Mr. Tuberville, no. Mr. Casey, aye. Mr. Graham, no. Mrs. Brett, no. Mr. Fetterman, aye. Mr. McConnell, no. Mr. Cotton, no. Ms. Ernst, no. Mrs. Fisher, no. Mr. Johnson, no. Mr. Mullen, no. Mr. Barrasso, no. Mrs. Capito, aye. Mr. Thune, no. Mr. Sullivan, no. Mr. Ricketts, no. Mr. Schmidt, no. Mr. Crapo, no. Mr. Haggerty, no. Mr. Young, no. Mr. Daines, no. Mrs. Blackburn, no. Mr. Braun, no. Mr. Vance, no. Mr. Marshall, no. Mr. Wicker, no. Mrs. Hyde Smith, no. Mr. Kennedy, no. Mr. Kramer, no. Mr. Tillis, no. Mr. Langford, no. Mr. Rubio, no.
So I've just seen something interesting on Twitter. So we're gonna go to that here just briefly.
Mr. Risch, no. Mr. Bozeman, no.
It's hard to find it.
Mr. Lee, no.
It's from
Ms.
Representative
Murkowski, no. Mr. Rounds, no.
for some reason, trying to pull it up on my desktop is proving to be fun. Hold on a second here. He's saying that McCarthy
Mrs. Capito, Mrs.
violated...
Capito. No. Okay. Mr. Hoven, no.
I don't know why it's so hard to
Cruz,
find it on his
Mr. Cruz,
profile,
no.
and why it seems like my like even just trying to postmark it using the book or using the bookmarks. For some reason, I go on the X website on my desktop, and I don't have bookmarks. They never freaking show up, and I have no idea why. So I've lost it now, and I'm trying to go through. It's Twitter to find it. It's just really kind of ridiculous how easy it... For some reason, this is a problem with Twitter, trying to find something that showed up so easily on the app on my phone, but then trying to find it, and I can't. But I guess there was a rule about when you vote something that Matt Gaetz broke. But if I can't find the fucking tweet again, I can't explain it to you. Okay. I got it. But for some reason, it's really fucking hard to find it. We'll come back to this. I'm gonna share this. If my cat destroy my damn... Of course, while I'm trying to do that, he immediately tries to jump onto my computer. Okay. Oh, here we go. Speaker McCarthy... See, he activated Siri. Go away, Siri. I didn't hear what you said. I don't care if I can hear what I'm saying. I wasn't wanting to activate you anyway. And I don't know how to get rid of you. right. Speaker McCarthy passed today's constitutional resolution on suspicion. He violated our conference rules by doing so. Rule 29, guidelines on suspicion of House rules. To publicly church out, reschedule, or request to have a schedule any bill or resolution consideration under suspension of the rules, which fails to include a cost estimate, or for which the cost estimate exceeds millions, unless fully offset by at least an equal reduction in current spending. So, yeah, there's that. And I'm sorry to my 20 watchers on Rumble that took me forever, freaking ever to try and find and pull up. But back here, where absolutely nothing has changed. And it remains to be seen whether they're looking like they are really going to push this to the last possible minute to vote. That's crazy. You know, I think that he thought, well, apparently this resolution we passed doesn't have Ukraine aid, and I guess McCarthy thought that if he, excuse me, he did that, maybe he could save the chair, but he may not end up saving his chair. He may end up yet getting removed. We'll have to see. Oh, it looks like we're finally getting somewhere. Oh my goodness. Uh-oh, we've got another thing from Matt Gates here. Oh, wait a minute. Why am I not even sharing anything? Probably happened when my stupid cat... Oh my god. Sorry that I'm just now realizing that nothing was being shared. Fixing that now. My cat hit a button. Alright. Speaker McCarthy made a side Ukraine deal with Democrats and didn't tell House Republicans until after his continuing resolution passed. More deceit. Wonder if we're understanding all of this correctly. When the House returns, we expect Speaker McCarthy to advance a bill to the House floor for an up or down vote that supports Ukraine, consistent with his commitment to making sure that Vladimir Putin, Russia, and authoritarianism are defended. We must stand with the Ukrainian people until the victory is won. So, I don't know. This is interesting. I don't know what this is a screen grab of. From the beginning of this Congress, House Democrats have made clear that we will always put people over politics, seeking bipartisan common ground where possible, and fight Republican extremism whenever necessary. On the House floor, we passed a spending bill that meets the needs of hardworking American taxpayers, provides billions for disaster assistance, the level requested by President Biden. House Democrats stopped reckless House Republicans from shutting down the government, protected Social Security and Medicare, and prevented MAGA extremists from jamming their right-wing policy wish list, like further criminalizing abortion care and taking food out of the mouths of children, down the throats of the American people. We thank the Biden administration and the House Democratic Caucus for their unity and strength throughout the process. We also thank Leader Charles Schumer and Senate Democrats for diligently advancing a bipartisan spending agreement over the last several weeks that helped force the House Republicans to do the right thing. Moving forward, there is still work that needs to be done, including by renewing support for the value of Ukraine effort to defeat Russia on the battlefield in the name of freedom and democracy. When the House returns, we expect Speaker McCarthy to advance bill to the House floor for an up-down vote that supports Ukraine, consistent with his commitment to making sure that Vladimir Putin, Russia, and authoritarianism are defeated. We must stand with Ukraine until the victory is won. I don't really know what to make of this. I don't know that this proves what Matt Gaetz thinks it does. Because to my knowledge, he has always talked about a commitment to Ukraine. What side deal did he make? Because I thought the thing that they passed, the current issue with the House, or the Senate, was that the House didn't have any funding for Ukraine, I thought. I'm just trying to decide if this proves what Matt Gaetz says it does. It's interesting.
Senator from Vermont.
The absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
confused here because, as far as I can tell, they're doing diddly squat right now. But this was posted 8 minutes ago. The Senate is now voting on stopgap funding measure that passed through the House earlier Saturday with bipartisan support. The last-minute bill is aimed at avoiding a government shutdown by temporarily funding the federal government ahead of a midnight deadline. The Republican bill evolved rapidly this morning, and ultimately earned the support of all but one Democrat in the House. If passed through the Senate, the measure is expected to gain President Joe Biden's approval. So that's that. That's all we know right now. But supposedly a Colorado senator is holding a final vote on stopgap bill for Ukraine aid, says the source. So, you know. Well, we'll see. They've got 3 hours now to vote on whatever the hell it is that they're supposed to be voting on. What? Did they end it? Hold up. Hold up here.
Read a communication to the Senate.
Washington.
We gotta find another stream? Ugh. I think I found another one. I guess I found another stream here. Having a hard time just clicking on what I want, though. It's all good. This is why I was trying to specifically grab the embed fucking code, but I was having every once in a while. YouTube says, no, we don't want to let you do that. What? Why isn't it working? Oh my word. This better work. There we go. Alright. So I guess when the Senate votes on things, it's different than that way the House votes on that. We just sit here and watch, and it looks like there's absolutely not a damn thing going on. I guess that's kind of the way it works.
Senators voting in the affirmative: Blumenthal, Braun, Brown, Cortez Masto, Grassley, Heinrich, Kane, Kelly, King, Markey, Merkley, Murray, Peters, Rosen, Schatz, Schumer, Warner, Warnock, Warren, Welch, Whitehouse. No senator voted in the negative.
Padilla didn't vote?
So something has just been passed.
Mr. Manchin, aye. Mr. Durbin, aye.
Well,
Mr. Padilla, aye.
I guess this was the last vote that they needed to do.
Mr. Lujan, aye.
The U.S. Senate approves funding for 45 days, averting shutdown, as Speaker McCarthy has made a separate deal with Democrats to continue funding Ukraine. I don't understand how exactly that works. How does he make a separate deal that they don't vote on? I'm confused.
Mr. Ossoff, aye. Ms. Baldwin, aye. Mr. Tester, aye. Ms. Duckworth, aye. Mr. Reed, aye.
And I'm turning around, I'm seeing reports that McCarthy has made some kind of side deal, and that's why this 45-day thing is getting approved. But I don't understand how he makes a side deal without an actual vote. That doesn't make sense to me.
Mr. Murphy, aye. Ms. Hirono, aye. Ms. Cantwell, aye. Mr. Booker, aye. Mr. Coons, aye. Mr. Van Hollen, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand, aye. Mr. Wyden, aye. Ms. Hassan, aye. Mr. Sanders, aye. Mr. Cardin, aye. Mr. Moran, no. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Mr. Hawley, no. Mrs. Shaheen, aye. Miss Cinema, aye. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Bennett, aye. Mr. Carper, aye.
Okay, so here we go. Here we have something about this.
Mr. Menendez,
House
aye.
Democratic leadership says McCarthy is expected to advance a separate Ukraine aid bill. House Democrats leadership said in a statement Saturday that they expect the House to bring a separate Ukraine aid bill to vote when the House returns. Statement signed by House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries, Democratic, with Catherine Clark Caucus Chair Pete Aguilar and Vice Chair Ted Lieu said that the House needs to show renewing support for the valiant Ukraine effort by voting on additional Ukraine aid. When the House returns, we expect McCarthy to advance the bill to the House floor for an up or down vote that supports Ukraine, consistent with his commitment to making sure that Vladimir Putin, Russia, and authoritarianism are defeated. We must stand with Ukraine people until victory is won. This will be a key leverage McCarthy needs to vote from the Capitol to survive a motion to vacate vote. But is he gonna be able to advance a separate Ukraine bill? That's the thing. I don't think he's gonna be able to do it. I don't understand how he's gonna do it. And maybe he'll survive the motion to vacate because he put that bill forward. But what if he doesn't get the bill passed?
Mr. Hickenlooper, aye.
This was really very stupid of him if he doesn't want to have to deal with a lot of BS from his party.
Ms. Lummis, no. Mr. Scott of Florida, no. Mr. Budd, no. Mr. Tuberville, no. Mr. Casey, aye.
Oh yes, now Senate passed a stopgap vote before its shutdown. The Senate passed a stopgap funding measure with hours of deadline to prevent a federal government shutdown.
Mr. Graham, no.
The White House investigating will sign it. Biden is currently on standby to sign the bill.
Mrs. Brett, no. Mr. Fetterman. Mr. Fetterman, aye.
So the HR 55860, the continuing resolution, ended up with 88 yays and 9 nays. Okay, I think we're kind of done with this. And this seems behind what this is. So here's an interesting thing. Apparently, somebody is pulling fire alarms when they're not supposed to. So, let's take a look at that, I guess. The Jamal Bowman fire alarm outreach was a bunch of baloney, it appears. According to Brian Kazenstein, who was a complete idiot, but at any rate, Congressman Bowman was actually in the Cannon House office building 1,200 feet away from the U.S. Capitol when he claims to have rushed out of the building to make the vote. Note that a fire alarm in the Cannon office building has no impact on the U.S. Capitol building, so pulling it would not delay the vote. Okay, there is absolutely no reason for Bowman to try and delay the vote, which was passed with only one Democrat voting against it and 90 Republicans voting against it. If anything, Bowman would have wanted to be there to vote, which is exactly what he was trying to do. He voted for the bill. Bowman's statement, I was just trying to get to my vote. The door that's usually open wasn't open. I didn't mean to cause confusion. I didn't know it was going to shift the whole building. I thought it would help me open the door. The doors he tried to open were an emergency exit. He likely thought that releasing the alarm would allow the fire exit door to open. Republicans were basically calling for this man to face the same consequences January 6ers faced. That's how skewed their vision of law and order appears to be. So, but my thinking is that, what did he think? Did he think that it was a silent alarm? Did he think that there wouldn't be an alarm that went off at all? Like, I'm confused. Like, maybe they don't put everything on lockdown when an alarm goes off in another building. I don't know exactly how that works. I just know that I'm not understanding what his logic was in this situation. So, but I did think that I was kind of seeing some people kind of saying basically, you know, he was trying to insurrect the government. So, yeah. But I don't really know for sure what his logic was. Like, is he just really that stupid that he doesn't know what happens when you pull a fire alarm? And that you're not supposed to pull them unless there's a fire. Does he really not know this? So I'm really confused of what his logic was. But supposedly the building that he was in has nothing to do with anything going on in the U.S. Capitol building. So I tell you, people are just dumb. That seems to be what this automatically amounts to, is that people are all dumb, and our officials should, you know, I think that, Makeda Law has said that he thinks that they should all just be shot. And, you know, you wonder if they're all this stupid that they're gonna pull a fire alarm. Well, maybe we would be better off if at the end of their terms they were all just executed. Alright, well, so apparently, for those of you who didn't know, one of the things that we found out is apparently I was trying to understand what the deal was, with saying that McCarthy had made some kind of side deal with the Democrats. But I guess it seems like it should have been obvious that this was what was going to happen, that a separate bill was going to get submitted. Who's actually submitting it, I don't know. So, yeah. He's hoping that this will keep the Democrats from maybe voting along with some of the Republicans that have to force him to vacate. Well, he did what he was going to do. He gave us a separate bill for Ukraine. He followed through on his promise. That I don't know that anybody is going to vote on. I don't know that any of the Senate leadership, it's crazy. I got a phone call from my dad. Hey. Dad? Hello? I think he accidentally butt dialed me. Hello? Yeah, so anyway. Of course, Schumer is praising his colleagues. It'll be interesting whether or not he'll have the votes to get that additional bill passed. We'll see what happens. Alright. Good night, y'all. I'm losing my voice. Have a nice night.